I'm muted. Lovely. Let's take that from the top without being muted. Hi, Starfighter. An inauspicious start to today's stream. Okay. So, what was I saying? I have a couple of announcements for YouTube crowd. One, I'm getting dangerously close to 100 subs on my YouTube channel for my Twitch VODs, which is awesome. Thank you all so much. I'm planning to do some sort of professionals at work. Yep, always. I'm planning to do some sort of celebration stream because I never really did a celebration stream when I hit affiliate on Twitch. So when I hit 100 subs on YouTube, I will do a combo celebration stream for those two things. Right now, I'm thinking some sort of like Gleba only, everything spoils shenanigans. Something that should be painful for me and funny for people to watch, and not quite as thought intensive as Pi. A little more lighthearted. And then the other interesting thing this week is that Blueprints is coming out on Thursday. I'm doing an extra stream Thursday evening after my normal stream. And then my Friday, whatever I feel like stream will also be Blueprints. I've been waiting for that game forever, since the demo first came out last year, and I am very excited to start playing it, and I figure I may as well just stream it. So I'm going to. And the last thing is that I moved my microphone on my desk. It's less in my way now. I can see my screen. But I think, I don't know, audio quality is going to be a little bit different. Obviously, I had to, like, redo my whole gain structure in EQ because the mic is picking things up differently in the new place. So it's going to be a little different, but hopefully it's fine. I think it's fine. I'll probably play with it a little more over the course of the week. I think that's it as far as announcements. So let's get into Pyanodon. There's two things that I want to start with. It's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Starfighter. There's two things that I want to start with today. Mining productivity research. That will be helpful. Let's make it three things, because this is still a disaster as I try to mine out this patch. So, I need to figure out mining out this patch. I want to go to this power plant, and I want to split the grid. Right now, this power plant runs itself off of, and the base off of one line. Just like I used to have set up here before I decided that this was mostly a general steam plant and not a power plant. Four things to fix. Apparently I turned off the steam to the rest of the base from here. Which means it's not even functioning as a steam plant. It's just doing nothing. But anyway, I want to have a separate high-pressure steam turbine up here to run the power for this so that it's self-powered. And then that way it will, in the event of a brownout, I can't have a power death spiral here. I should have done it that way the first time, and I didn't. So let's head up and fix those couple of things. So yeah, I want to fix this. I want to fix this that I just found. I want to fix coal here. And last time I did start to pull a little bit of coal from this patch down to my main coal processing. And I guess I'm just going to have to expand that now. And then the number 4 thing that I wanted to fix is... where is it? Here. This thing that I was doing as my ash buffer is wrong. Because these are... I noticed when I was getting my thumbnails, the Logibots will happily take stuff out of these providers and into these requesters. So I need to only enable these providers if they're the only source of ash on the network, right? Or maybe I could do something with buffer chests. I need to actually learn how buffer chests work. Oh, yep, here, we can see them doing it. They're just taking ash and moving it in a circle. And that's not good. So we need to fix that as well. Actually, I'm going to fix that first because I'm here, and then I'll go up and do the power, and then I'll deal with dragging belts for coal. So if I make myself a decider combinator, drop this here. Oh, git is 20? Oh. I mean, Toy Story is turning 30 this year, so I already have decided that I'm old, but... they're just part of the model for the Pyanobots, Jonas. They're just their own weird, fancy design. I think they're supposed to look like they have cargo pods or something, but it's just part of the model. Okay, so I want to say if, like... green ash is bigger than red ash, not ash here, just ash here, then flying sleds? Yeah, a little bit. Deny? Right? Because green ash is the whole system, red ash is these guys. If there's ash anywhere else in the system, we want to turn these off so they won't try to request from them. Yes. All right, and then these guys are enabled if deny equals 0. All right, now they're all disabled. The other thing that we want is that when these are denied, we want these to be... right, deny is 1 because red is low, which means these are on. We also want, if these are on, we want these to be off so that we don't end up in the cycle when it's the only source of ash and the bots are just moving ash around, because that would also be silly. So I think we want to take the red signal across. And then the deny signal, which is currently 1, 1. Yeah. There we go. So these should now all turn themselves off once the only source of ash in the system is here. These should really be buffer chests, shouldn't they? I mean, it's fine. I think it's fine. Unless this system overflows, then it might not be fine. No, I think it's still fine. I don't know, I'll find out. If it ever overflows, there will probably be bugs. But I think it should work for now. And then up here, I just want to add essentially a second turbine and then split the power grid. Because right now we have the one turbine, which is running both the grid above and below. And if I take this and do it like that, they should be separate now. Yeah. This one pulls just what it needs to keep this system running. And then this one... Cool. So this system should be self-contained now. When I copy and paste it, it'll maintain that self-containedness. Alright, next thing to fix, let's get these belts dragged out. And I'm going to have to go grab a bunch more. I'm going to have to grab a bunch more belts, because we are nearly out here. But let's just get this all sorted. And yes, I am aware that I broke a power line up there. I will take care of it. Yeah, the Logibots are still not fast enough, and I don't have the coverage to avoid going to collect parts myself when I need thousands of belts. All right, a couple thousand belts. The trash chests are already looking pretty full. That's scary. This is 10 by... This is 100 trash chests, by the way. I probably... surprised that I don't seem to have, like, more than one chest of stone or more than one chest of coal yet. But I'll have to keep an eye on those and figure out where I can inject... oh, here we go. Yeah, they haven't even started emptying some of these. where I can figure out that I have demand for like small quantities of stone and coal and things like that, where it would make sense to... Oh, some of these have been claimed by my actual base construction bots. I'm like, why aren't things getting built? Okay. So that's those 4 lanes hooked back up. And then I want to head down here to... Alright, this all needs to be drained, these 3 lanes. So let's get them just compressed to the right. And then input priority there. Okay. So that should just slowly drain all that. And then down at this end, we can get rid of kind of all of this part. Actually, I think it's probably time to get rid of a bunch of all this again. Try to figure out where it actually makes sense to drop the miners for what little coal is left. Oh yeah, I should definitely check the power grid before I assume that this is all working, shouldn't I? Because I'm sure I just split the grid. Yep. This does remain the path through which all of my power goes through the whole base, apparently. You know what would be a lot easier? Instead of doing this ad hoc, let's just go ahead and copy like this. And then we're gonna do like that, 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 and that, and that. All right. Now, some of these are going to have stone and are going to want carbolic oil to work correctly. Make sure that these don't need any more. No, I don't see any more coming up. Oh, there is more that's green, actually. Wow. Oops, that's probably a load-bearing pipe for something. Come on. Which way's up? There we go. Okay. So that should be this whole patch now. Or what's left of it. Up here... Oh, I messed up my pasting with my power poles, didn't I? I'm going to have to redo those. I mean, I don't have to redo them, but I'll feel better if I redo them. Okay. So that's everything that is left to be mined here. What I need to do, though, is for these few that have fluid inputs, is I need to get the fluids figured out and get them all... hooked up to carbolic so that I can filter out the stone and the kerogen and then have them do whatever they need to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't know about that. And then these ones should probably just merge with this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Or this side of this one. Yeah, let's do that. It's going to be a little funky, but it'll work. All right. I'm not sure just how long this will be able to work consistently, but I also want to get power coming through here in a way that is less janky and less looking like it's part of that mining patch. So let's go ahead and do that, like right here. Let's just grab power and go right through. There we go. Now instead of looking like it's part of the mining patch, power looks like it's part of the stone smelting. Definitely better. Absolutely an improvement. And then these guys are still going to need carbolic. Oh, and I still need to filter them. I forgot that I need to filter them. Okay. The other option is to not put carbolic into these at all yet. Just let them mine up everything that's not stone. The miners that need carbolic will stall when they try to mine stone, but that's okay. let the rest of the patch mine out. I think I'm going to do that. The other question is there any more? 21 native flora? Are you kidding me? Okay, there's more than 21. That was a... but this pump is kind of right where I want the extractor to be. We'll do it there. We'll fix that stone. We'll put the pump right there. All right. This coal patch should be less of a regular maintenance nightmare. And did this already drain this whole belt? Probably. Yes. Oh, and one of these didn't connect. Okay, so that needs to be fixed. And I still need to fix... There was something else I needed to fix. Oh, right. Steam coming out of that thing. Yeah, that's, that needs to be fixed for sure. Okay. R.I.P. my trash slots. So this, now that this no longer powers itself, maybe it should still be self-powering. You know? No, because this is not going to be real power for much longer. It's already barely real power. All right. This system should turn back on, and that should fix some of our ash deficit down below as well. Because when the system's not running, we're not sending ash to the main base. Which is a problem. Okay. We don't necessarily need to be doing transport belt capacity. That's just kind of been my fallback when I don't know what else to do. There's nothing hidden behind, like... No, okay. So... I mean, my goal is still really to be moving towards rail base and... Oh! How much for tool belt? Yeah, let's do that. My goal is still really to be moving towards rail base so I can scale up a little bit for PySci 2. As well as, you know, just getting sort of some standardized outposts, be able to deal with side products, all the things that I keep talking about. So with that in mind, the things that I want to be researching are the things that are going to help me do those outposts. you know, that's going to be like upgraded iron processing so that I can, you know, whether I'm shipping molten iron around or however I decide to do it, you know, that's important. Upgraded tin processing. What do I use propene for? Oil sands extraction, which I need for Corlexes. Okay, that's stuff that I don't fully understand. I guess rubber. Upgraded rubber is a good one. Because I'm going to want to build a nice big rubber factory sooner than later. Upgraded coke processing. Coal to red hot coke and some coke oven gas. And then that makes coke and coal dust. All right, so this is just like a straight way to make... to make... Sorry, this is just a straight up way to make coke without a bunch of the tar byproducts from a lot of the current processes. Okay, interesting. Methyl isobutyl carbinol, which is used for titanium processing. Rubber 2 is already in queued. Oh, power poles, big power poles. I'm going to want them for building any sort of large scale anything. What do I need to get to loaders? That's the other thing that will be helpful with trains. Yeah, okay, let's start doing the research tree towards loaders. And loaders are gonna need, and I've been going through, I feel like the past 2 streams, I spent a lot of time going through petroleum gas extraction and what that looks like to get to yeah, they're way down here. Does rare earths get me anything more immediately useful? Floor tiles. Biomass processing. Okay, bio-oil. Alright, well, I've got a few things in the list for now, so... fix that. This looks fine down here. Hopefully these two will keep themselves full for a while. Now that I've got all the machines, but, you know, the combined available coal down here is still not great. A couple of million. Aluminum is a bigger problem, because I think none of my miners down there are currently, like, on the aluminum patch. Yeah. Let's see if I can get some aluminum going again. Ooh, that's going to be annoying. Maybe it's time for me to build an aluminum outpost. Do I get new aluminum tech? Aluminium, sorry. Yeah, aluminium processing stage 2. Oh, is way below all this stuff. And okay, and I really don't want to... Oh no, I have stage 1. No, I've already had stage 1, right? This is what I'm already using. Yeah, this is what I'm currently using. So yeah, stage 2 is way down here. Below Arquads. Oof. Yeah, we get phosphorus. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. It is this tier. Sorry. I was like, wait. All of these things look like Pi-Sci 2. Oh, you need to build those stupid aluminum casings at Satisfactory. Yep. Oh. I actually kind of like Satisfactory's aluminum processing, but I also like Pyanodons, so I understand why some people don't like the aluminum processing, but I wish Satisfactory had more stuff that were interesting processing trains like that. Okay, so this is a ways down. I wonder if what I should start working on is my... How many crafts? 404, okay. Still only one Vrock Mark II. I wonder if what I should start thinking about is some of the idea of, like, centralizing some of the alien life, especially the ones that are slaughtered. Because, like, I have to slaughter Vrox for phosphoric, right? And... God, what a disaster. Need to solder... I said phosphoric, I meant formic acid. And then... I'm also down here slaughtering... Yeah. Some number of... cotton guts for there. Juicy bits. And, like, it'd be nice to have all of this combined and be able to, like, only slaughter the ones that are needed and to make sure that I'm, you know... Did I set these to spoil priority, by the way? Decayed first. Thank you. But, like, yeah, figuring out how I'm gonna handle all the, like, mixed body parts is definitely on the to-do list, because this is getting ridiculous. Because right now, I do the cotton guts because I need skin and lard and bones, right? That the Vrox don't give me. I could also get that by slaughtering Augs. For some reason, I decided to just do cotton guts because I was already building cotton guts over here, but, like, there was no deep analysis of what cotton gut breeding needed to look like for that. Also, are these all running? They are. And they're running at full speed. Oh no, I guess I did slightly overbuild these. Yeah, that's fine. We expect to just have a lot of pups on belts. That's reasonable, actually. Now that I stop and think about it. Okay, well, I know one thing I want to do that I'm going to want before moving on with building outposts, and that is that I am going to want elevated rails being made. We make regular rails, we don't make elevated rails. Let's do that. That is a small, incremental process that I can do. All right, so the rail ramp, oh, all of this needs refined concrete. You also need refined concrete. It looks basically the same, except the ramp also needs a rail. Rail ramps are expensive. Yeah, so this has everything coming in, basically, that I want to go to, also to elevated rails. So I think what I want to do... no, let's actually stop that. Let's get this whole thing removed. Let's readjust some stuff here. Oh, and I did finish the fast inserter tech, so I should also get these going on the mall, because these will be important. Oh, and that needs the iron niobium alloy. Why do I feel something in my brain is telling me that I don't know if it was those specific things that I was thinking about last week, but bolts. All right. So that is this rejiggered. And that is so that I can make room here for... You know what? I lied. I'm going to move this whole thing. All right. So we've got bolts. That's fine. Bolts are going to go up there, actually. Here, we're going to bring in... Do I have room in my inventory to just take this for now? Yes. Okay. So we have bolts. Here we have... What is this? This is solder going off to bots. Okay, that's fine. I do want that splitter there. Okay, now I should be able to take 3 of these things, like here, here, and here. Move this solder belt. I swear I have a plan. Might not be a good plan, but it is a plan. All right. So that goes there. So when I look at rail, what does it need? Mostly solder, a little bit of steel, a little bit of everything else. All right. That is fine. This is my way too expensive, but screw it approach to all of these inputs. And then on the other side, we're going to have to bring back in the stone. Bop. Actually, I want the ramps to be here, because I might need to feed in. In fact, I do need to feed in, and I'm going to need to change how this stone belt goes. Okay. These ones, okay, these ones don't need the stone, but they will need intermetallics and concrete, right? Yes. And actually, on this side, we don't have to do this at all, because all these are just outputting to chests. So yeah, this one needs a couple of those a minute. And then this will output here. These are expensive, so let's limit how many of these we keep around, and we won't use many anyway. And then you are going to make rail supports. All right, so what I need to bring in now is a shared belt of intermetallics and refined concrete. I am making refined concrete, but it's not currently getting up here. Apparently I have intermetallics already, though. Just like casually hanging out here. Alright, let's find refined concrete and see if I can get it anywhere near to where I need it to be. Because it's down here. I want to do this and concrete greater than, what is the stack size of concrete? Come on, game. 1,000. Okay. Yeah, sure. Leave a stack in this chest. And that is just so that when there is refined concrete demand, I want there to be refined concrete in here for this system to grab from. I also will do that sort of thing. And that should not be okay. I think we only need to buffer like 1,000. All right. And then I should be able to grab this belt now, and I just have to figure out how to get it out of here. because this area of the base has been visited by the flying spaghetti monster, and it shows. May it bless us with his noodly appendage. Indeed. And for everyone who is an adherent of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster, I do have a Flying Spaghetti Monster emote available if you subscribe to me on Twitch. That's my one plug for the episode. That's all right. I got to get this up to like here and join this belt. So, from where I'm at, can I do like that and then sort of here? And of course that doesn't quite reach, but I have a little more space. And then I'm gonna do this, actually, because I know that I will inevitably screw up and suddenly end up with a double-sided belt there at this point in the game. And then these guys each get a couple of inserters here. Okay, so this is waiting for bolts. Why no bolts? Oh, because I am actually bad at this game. That's why. Okay. And then here we have to just bring in... Perfect. And there's refined concrete. All right, that's elevated rails. Fantastic. Didn't even have to go to another planet. I can actually probably... I don't know what these ones stack to. 20. Elevated rails stack to 10. I guess I don't have to run rail support, right? You only run rail supports in the, like, middle, and then... I don't actually remember how this works. All right, so one thing that I am curious about is... Where is it? Here. Oh, that's mined out already. Good. What is still, or what was still, feeding off of this input? that comes into here. Nothing. Okay, I fixed it. I'm way ahead of myself, is what I'm seeing here. Because this is the one that takes the recycling, right? Yeah, these are the recycled ones, and they come in here. And then here we have that belt input, which is now defunct. And then this one comes from a different place. Okay. Cool. So I can actually mark all of that for disassembly. Oh, and Twitch is telling me the top of the hour ad break is starting shortly, so I will take that opportunity to refill my water. no. Have I been muted since I got back from the ad break half an hour ago? Cool. All right. Well, what did I do? At least I was showing the right screen while I was talking through things. I was just thinking about bots and why bots are still slow. And it is still the iron excellent antimony special alloy, but I think at this point that is not so much an issue of the fuel, which was our backup before. That's why I was browsing over all my fuel pipes. But I think it's just that, like, one of these machines only makes so much of this stuff. So I might just need, like, a second machine making iron excellent antimony special alloy. That actually wouldn't be too hard to do correctly. It also looks like I'm missing nickel for vitralloy. Which, like, is fine. I don't need a ton of that, but I should fix it. These machines are missing required fluid, which is syngas. Which is... Did I just break a pipe by accident somewhere here when I was... Yes, I did. Okay. Let's go fix that syngas pipe. Oh, nope. That one's important too. Okay. I don't know what this pipe is, but it's important. Hydrogen? Yep, hydrogen. There we go. Speaking of, how is my... I mean, they're running. Not as fast as I would like, but they're running. And we are still overflowing some aromatics to be burned. Good to know. And then this looks like it's doing okay here. I need to make sure, and this shouldn't happen because this system is all set on top-ups, but I want to make sure that this doesn't ever back up on its coke. Because that would be bad. Okay, so nickel should be running again. Was that all we needed? Yes, nickel's running again. Let's get another... It's not called a... That's what I want, right? I really hope that's the right building. Yeah. Let's go make more of this iron excellent antimony alloy. Because I need it. If I can find the right spot. Here we go. And then this guy goes there. Now I just need to fix this, because this is silly. Okay. And then bop bop. Bop bop. Bop. This guy still needs to come down and be the priority input. On a single-sided belt. Because I think this is iron plates from something. Yeah, iron oxide here. Actually, if I use this with a filter, it should never try to put one on this side, right? Yeah. Okay. That looks fine. That should double our production of that particular alloy, which should hopefully improve our overall throughput of shafts and therefore bots, but also, like, they're needed for trains, they're needed for lots of things. So now, where was I thinking about getting fast inserters going? We have the niobium plates. I just need to figure out... What are you mad about? Oh, you don't have these yet. That's fine. You will eventually. What else do they need? For the iron niobium alloy. Okay. Iron niobium alloy is made in a smelter from a bunch of iron and some niobium. How much niobium plate am I actually capable of making? That's a good question. Do I have a YAFC page for that? I do. And this looks like I am making 1.5 niobium per second. Okay. So let's call it 1, which means that I can pull like 4 iron a second. And I think I have plenty of iron. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about it then. So let's just find where the niobium comes down. Niobium? Niobium. We're going to make ourselves another smelter. No, we're not. We're going to get some steam engine. Oh, and some ceramic. I'm sure I don't have ceramic in the bot network yet. Where do I have ceramic? Other than down at electronics. Oh, I do have a machine making it up here. Okay, cool. Cool. In that case, let me also... well... I mean, ceramic is basically zero input, right? Well, coke. But I have plenty of coke. Yeah, I'll just let that buffer a whole whatever of it. I don't care. Okay, big smelter goes where? What else do I need for the fast inserters? Belts, which we're making here, and regular inserters as an input. Okay. So, like, can I do it here? With, like, that thing. Let's see if I can get all my inputs wrapped around this belt. I don't think I can, but it'll be funny to try. So, belts are direct. No, this isn't going to work. Oh, but I have belts coming up here. Belts come up here. Belts come around here. So I've already got belts in this vicinity. Okay. Maybe this isn't so terrible after all. Circuits are easy. Small parts are easy. Inserters, iron niobium alloy are harder. Alright, so let's get... First things first. This. There is one of our things. Circuits are around here. I think I'm going to end up building the iron niobium alloy here. It's a big building. I just kind of have to find the right space for it. But I think I've got fuel around somewhere up here. Surely I must. Surely something up here uses liquid fuel. Maybe not. That is syngas. That is aromatics. Yeah, this whole place is crisscrossed with pipes. It's actually really hard to fit this bigger building in. How about right there? All right, so let's bring in the niobium. And let's bring in iron. So this is going to be running at quarter speed. Oh no, basically a normal speed. 1 niobium plate a second. Okay. So like 4 of these. And then the output is half a second. And for now, we're going to go through a small buffer. And then right into our assembler for fast inserters, which will also end up in a chest. All right. And let's limit these to reasonable quantities. So we need to grab vitroloi, small parts, regular inserters, belts, and circuits. Okay. So I've got the belt that I just made down here that has small parts and inserters. And that needs to go this way, not that way. Come on, Brennan. Use your brain. So if we're scaled to half of a niobium alloy per second, I think that is plenty of power. And then I also want to grab... Ew. Ew. How full is this? Okay. Let's take the output of this a little bit differently so that we can do that. And then we do still want to buffer some of these just a little bit. And then this can come up here, and we're going to need to bring it in as a fuel supply. Like so. What else? Let's power this thing so these things start to... we need belts, vitroloi, and circuits. Okay. I see belts here coming up through here. So that is fine. I'm literally just take them like this. Vitroloi is harder, because I have rarely actually had to get it out. Vitroloi. So that just leaves getting circuits up there, and circuits happen here. And let's see what we can do. Circuits. All right. So now I just need to get this thing fueled, I think. And that means figuring out what the heck all these pipes are everywhere. Which one is this? This is pumping this way into the system. Oh, it's a steam pipe. Okay. Where's the main fuel pipe? Let's start with where's the main fuel pipe and go from there. So it definitely comes to glass, right? I know glass is fueled. Glass is here. And that's coming in from here. Which is coming in... Oh, right here. Okay. And that should be the iron niobium alloy? Which apparently does not deserve a milestone, but... Wait, blue inserters don't get a milestone either? I feel so cheated. That's not fair. I deserve a milestone. How am I supposed to feel incentivized to do things if I don't get a trophy? All right, but this is huge. We have blue inserters. Let's add a stack of those to my... A stack of those to my requests, so they will occasionally be stacked up in my inventory. Alright, another thing that I should actually add to the system, and I don't know if these are going to be high enough quantity that I should build them like this. I could probably just do them up in the auto mall. Because I want to add, yeah, all these intermediates are in fact, well, theoretically on the network. We're still not making shafts very fast, which means we're still not making, gear, but oh, I'm out of fish oil. You mean another one of my temporary solutions that I knew was going to be a problem became a problem? I'm shocked. I'm shocked. What's wrong? Everything turned to bio... Oh, the biocrud chest filled up, and the whole system died. Okay. That's cool. One. Well, here, let's do this. Do that. Do that. And then I'm going to make this an active provider. I know we're not in the network yet, but... And then... Do I still have fish, or did they get... Do you still have fish? Is it enough fish? It's enough fish to run the system. Okay, good. I need to get a biocrud system figured out. It should be low enough quantities. I'm curious how this stopped in the first place, such that that many eggs all spoiled at once. Because this should be running constantly. Oh, because I'm an idiot. Okay, yep. There we go. I had forgotten about that particular thing that I needed to do to keep this turned down. Running it with only one module means that it won't produce as many eggs in excess, so they won't all just be piled up here. Another thing that I could do, I guess, is if I say... How many eggs does this make at once? A craft is 25 eggs, and this uses how many at once? 10. Yeah. So if I put down... all of this here. And then if I hook up eggs... This box. Yeah. This box. To the system. Right now, this runs whenever we don't have enough fish. But if instead I drop down a... I should make a few of these just so I always have them. Okay. If instead I drop down a combinator here, and I say if fish is less than 100 and fish eggs are less than 20, then we can output whatever I want the output signal to be. I guess it could just be the fish signal on a different color and call it a day. Yeah. Then output fish. And then you use this. So what you should be seeing is that... Well, if I actually hooked you up... We still have no input signals? Am I just bad at... Oh no, that's correct. There are no fish egg signals and there are no fish. Yeah. I'm not bad. I'm just not thinking. All right. Now... Yeah. This is like, hey, fish eggs in the system. And then make sure this is set to decayed first. And then you run enable when fish equals 1 now. Because now your signal is the control signal, not the number of fish sitting in the output. Okay. So now, this will only, like, buffer up to 20 eggs at a time, and I could probably make that a smaller number, but I want it to make sure that it won't, like... If I make it too small of a number, it'll turn this system off when this chest is just being passed through, and you don't want to do that. Cool. And then running this at a slower speed should also help. And right now, yeah, we have to wait for this fish recipe, but that's fine. Oh, look, another chest of biocrud. All right. And then I need to find something that I can actually do with my biocrud. Obviously, there's the biomass power plant. Biocrud... What recipe is this? Biocrud reprocessing. Steam, phytoplankton, biomass, and a bunch of random stuff. Yeah. I mean, honestly, the agar is just more biocrud, as is the cellulose. Some of this spoils. A lot of this spoils. Oh, but it's a way to get arquad maggots early on, so maybe I actually need to be running this so I can get some maggot inputs? I'm not sure. Oh, I could just straight up recycle it to biomass. Maybe that's what I want. Maybe that is the answer. Coke processing 2. Biocrud and blah, blah, blah. Carbon black, bio oil, syngas, tar, and carbon. Actually, I don't hate this recipe. This seems like a great sink for biocrud. And I have it relatively soon. And then, yeah, ethanol is further down, so I think we're out of, yeah. Fertilizer stage 2 is actually not that far. Well, it's past arquads, so. Okay. So I think reprocessing, biocrud to biomass and then finding uses for biomass isn't bad either. Especially as just like a way to supplement my base's ash needs. But like all of these are useful things that come off of this crud pyrolysis. So that makes me think that this is what I want to do. And that way, like, if I'm bringing in biocrud from all the places where it can happen. Actually, there's no reason to say I can't rely on this, right? Because it's easy to set up biocrud. I set up biocrud already up here, right? Like, this is what biocrud looks like. It's seaweed and agar, right? Oh, interesting. There's a bug in this build. Okay, I'm gonna go fix that. But what I was saying was, right now I'm turning for my carbon black for my rubber. That's coming from anthracene, and anthracene is also gasoline, right? So if I start getting anthracene from biocrud, I can do, I can make a biocrud setup just like the one up at Power, but then do priority input from all the biocrud that comes from all the rest of the base, right? And then we're making carbon black and some tar and some other things, again, that are all useful byproducts to have. Syngas is always useful, tar is always useful. CO2, I have to figure out where to push it to. That feels like a lot of CO2. But that returns a bunch of anthracene that's currently being used to make rubber to, like, the base as a whole. And that is very useful. Although I did also just unlock new rubber technologies that I need to figure out how to use. But let's go fix the power plant up there, because I know what is wrong with it. So the issue is that, as you can see, we have unspoiled agar kind of creeping its way up here. When the demand is high enough and the belt is full, this unspoiled agar is actually blocking the route that the all the spoilage needs to take. So we're going to do it a little bit differently. We're going to bring in, like that. Gonna bring it into a chest. And then we're gonna have 2 outputs. One of these will be no, I guess I just filter it for spoilage and we're done. Yeah, we just filter you for biocred. And that's it. Do I even need to use this inserter? I don't think so. There we go. So now instead of spoiling on the belt, it spoils in the chest, and then whichever one of these has more of its, Uh-oh. How? Oh, because I'm an idiot. That's how, Brennan. Come on. Let's do like that. Yeah, overflow valve. Perfect. Wait, we have hot molten salt. Did the loop... How did the loop stall? Alright, well this was also a problem, but now I'm concerned about this having been able to stall. Because it shouldn't have been able to stall. Like, this top-up valve is set to, like, O is less than 50. And I'm not ever seeing it be less than 50. Interesting. I suspect that has something to do with, like, yeah, this has no fuel, so it's fully blocked on its input and not its output. So maybe we had too much salt in the... But, like, the output loop is also, like, full. Alright, I have a thought. I'm gonna try something. I don't know if it'll work. I'm gonna build a couple of these 15 kiloliter tanks. We're gonna do... Oh, those aren't the ones I wanted. Is it the 10 kiloliter ones? Or are the ones that look like water towers? Yeah, the 10 kiloliter ones. Okay. So we're gonna put one of these here. Turn that off for now. And I'm gonna put the other one here. And what I want to say is that close enough for this to connect? Yes. No. Let's drop this valve. So each of these is up to 10K. So what I'm gonna say is we should only top up, and this is where I need a decider again. If hot molten salt is less than 5,000, 2,000. We'll even be aggressive about it. And regular molten salt is less than 2,000. Okay. And actually, I don't want these to be directly connected, do I? They need to be in, like, an overflow top-up config. Let's figure that out. Okay, so we want to come in if I is greater than 95. We want to go out if I is less than... Sorry, O is less than 90. Okay. All right, that's hot molten salt. And then same for the salt one. I want the exact same thing, in fact. And then... Right, because this has pulled in enough hot molten salt now to turn off this part of the system, which is fine. We don't have the input salt. I was expecting that for a moment. Okay. Oh, no. I just did what I didn't want to do. That's okay. I'll still reconnect this because I want it to be right for the next build. And then we... Okay, yeah. So if those are both low, then we want to enable our output, right? That's basically it. Pump stuff in until we've got it buffered on both sides, but there's also still plenty of room in the buffer on both sides. And then you enable when the check mark is 1. And then make sure the networks remain separate. Okay. I think there's actually still enough space in the buffers. This is running at low speed. I mean, there's lots of stuff involved in running this system, but this does look like it's just the stuff in the system. And then this is the main base hookup. Yeah. Cool. All right, well, I put too much salt into this, but... hopefully this does the right thing. And then if I do scale this to need more salt, it will work correctly. So yeah, let me stop and think about this and make sure I got it right. If either of these fall below... Should it be and or? I guess and. Because if we end up with, like, regular salt low because molten salt is... It's all on the molten side, that's okay. Right? It's okay to have a little bit of lopsided buffer. As long as we have enough buffer. What I could probably actually do is use an arithmetic combinator and just add the two together and say, you know, if that's less than 5,000, then leave it be. But... yeah, these seem to be working correctly. We have lots of hot molten salt buffered. As it drains through this setup, it'll get buffered on this side. And that creates enough room in the system for the for all the machines to push out their hot salt again. Okay, I'm happy with that. Well, I don't know about if happy is the right word, but I am convinced that it works the way I want. How about that? How are we doing with... Ooh, I gotta fix up some of this, how this patch is being mined. That is exciting. I don't know if exciting is quite the right word, but it's the word I'm choosing to use. And then down here, how are these guys going? Oh, they're fully backed up. I got a bunch of that alloy. Oh. I thought these were just going to be, like, effectively incredibly expensive, and I mean, they are, right? They're, an inserter, plus more circuits, plus rubber, plus niobium, which is new and relatively expensive. But, like, in the grand scheme of things... compared to, like, bots, fast inserters aren't that bad. This looks like it did its job. Look at that. Construction bots coming by. Bop, bop. Oh, they gotta empty the, yeah, the splitter. I'm sure the construction bots are thrilled to have something to do. I still only have like a dozen of those, so... are we still limited by this alloy? We are. I mean, we're also limited by only having one assembler for, shafts, and I may need to make a shaft factory. But, let's look at this manufacturing. Yeah, they're both running. Running well, it even looks like. Oh. And that's really bad because this is all assuming a split belt and it's mixed now. Oh, frick me. Okay. I didn't even think about that when I threw it together. I wasn't... Yep, that's totally hosed. Fortunately, I think... I mean, hopefully we haven't made too many hundreds of them. Yeah, you can see back and forth, back and forth. Okay, only to, like, here. So there is a spot to clean it up to. And it's not, well... There's only a few dozen of them backed up in the system, is what I'm saying. So let's get into that and get that fixed, because I'm an idiot. Okay. The issue is that these came through on two different sides of the belt. Okay. And this is now the wrong side of the belt for what the rest of the system wants. So I gotta do it like that, 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 and that. And that should now be sending them all... Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now I just need to fix all of the stuff that's on the wrong side of the belt, which is going to be exciting. Let me see if I can just like build a little thing to fix this that doesn't actually require me to pick a bunch of stuff up off the belt, because I don't want to do that. So let's make a hole. We're going to split the belt here. On the right, we're going to send the iron nexolite antimony special alloy and do that. And that should be it, right? Because this will come through. And yeah, because these will get filtered to the bottom half and then end up where they're supposed to be. So that works. That'll fix itself now. It won't fix itself until the demand from the intermetallics does what's needed, but why do I have a bunch of science? All right, let's go throw that where it needs to be. No sense wasting resources. Oh, are we making enough science? That's an interesting question. I thought this factory could keep up with the demand for... Huh? Oh, we're not making enough hydroxide. Because we're not getting enough saline water. And we're not getting saline. I think this pipe comes from hot air, right? And if hot air is not running, because we're not using that much glass, then we're just not going to be pushing out. We're not going to be pushing out that much saline from here. And, like, that's fine. And then this should be a top-up coming from this system, which is absolutely going as fast as it can right now. Yeah, I might just need to add even more of these machines here, running off of stone. Does it make sense to... I don't remember if I've ever checked this, but like... If I'm making... If I bring in a belt of stone... Now let's do it the other way. If I want to make saline water, I want to make, like, a lot of it. And I want to make it from stone, 20 stone a second. Okay. If I want to make it from gravel, and I make gravel from stone, 40 stone a second. Okay, so it is worse. sea sponge? Well, I definitely haven't done that yet, but that seems cool. All right, so yeah, my options are stone, salt, and I mean, I have salt in the base now, so that is solidly an option. I've got this salt. I've got... I thought I saw another one somewhere. Yeah, there's one here, which is not very convenient. None of them really are. Ooh, here we go. There's two close to each other here. Okay. Let's make a train station. I'm going to make my first ever rail outpost. And it's going to be for fluids, which is going to be even more hilarious. Let's make a one salt... Oh, God, stop. That's too many intermediates. What do we need? Fluid mining drills, I think I can grab. I should have those here somewhere. Yeah, fluid mining drills. Let's grab some small parts, because I saw you making those. There we go. And then, what else am I going to need? I have a rail station. I have a locomotive. I don't have a fluid wagon. I'll make a fluid wagon. Do I have the cybersyn combinators? I do. Okay, cool. I'm gonna need... We're actually going to remove that. I'm gonna add... Well, that's not true, actually. I want to output saline. I'll do it backwards. We're gonna make saline from salt. We're gonna get salt from... salt mining. We're going to set fixed building count to 2. Okay. But I think the issue... Well, I'll scale this for 20 with the 4 washers. That's fine. These are not going to run at full speed. They're going to run at like 7.5 a second each. So this whole thing will only run at 15 a second. Just because the salt mines can't output fast enough. Although maybe I could augment them with inserters. We can try that. So I need 4 washers, is what I was saying. I can make 2. Iron plates. Those are bricks. That looks like iron plates here. How's this setup doing? It is still providing 2 belts. I should probably throw lane balancers in this. Yeah, fine. I'll put lane balancers in. I don't wanna, but I will. Let's see. Which part of this is the symmetric lane balancing? It's this part. There we go. That is input and output lane balanced across both sides of the split. It's very pretty. What? Oh! That was supposed to be copied, not cut. Alright, let's head down to where I saw those 2 salt patches, and let's get a, Actually, I'm probably going to want another train stop, another couple of cybersyn combinators. I could do this with just 1, but it'll be easier with 2. So where are my 2 salts? 1 there and 1 there. Okay. And this is main power grid? Main power grid. Perfect. Don't even have to worry about it. So, if I take salt mine there, and I know that these don't have I just do like that. Does that work? I don't know. It's not really necessary. I'll just run them like this until I get red belts. That's the answer. And then the other one is going to be up here. Oop, right here. And then all of that comes into 4 washers. $5 a second, which is going to be... Well, it's going to be a little bit less than that because we're only running at 15 items a second. It's going to be snug, but I'll be able to upgrade to fast inserters if I need to, so I'm not too worried about it. And then... Oh, those should be up one more. So that is that, and then we're going to have saline out. And that will go into, I don't know, a holding tank. Probably should be a bigger holding tank, but I'm not going to worry about it just yet. And then we need a train station, which is going to have that. It's going to have a locomotive, and it's going to have a fluid wagon. All right. And then we will have... I hope that's right. Pumps there. That's fine. And we will also need on this side up here the cybernetic combinator and the constant combinator. don't actually know if you need the constant combinator. You're only a provider. You're a provide station. That's fine. This train will need to be rebuilt at the depot. That's fine. I'll need to figure out how to get this station actually connected to the network. And then we're going to have another station. I mean, it doesn't really matter where, as long as I leave enough space between them that they don't, like, interfere with each other. And that's where it would actually be nice to have this figured out, huh? Alright, if I say I want the main line to be, like, here. And then our return, in this case, we'll just loop around and be a dead end. Really? You can't figure this out? Connect, connect, connect. There it goes. Oh, right. Train stops cannot be flipped. That's... And then, actually, what I really want to do... I did this wrong. Let's take all this apart. Once I figure out kind of what my rail network looks like, I will start making blueprints for it, of course. But right now, it is still very much a work in progress. Cool. And then from this end... Yeah, there we go. Just do that. That's what I want. Weirdly, not perfectly symmetrical. It never is. For whatever reason, the game's router doesn't make that symmetrical. But then I should be able to, like, take this whole section here, drop it here. Except this one is just a requester, because this will be requesting... this will be requesting fuel for the... for the miners. So again, let's grab, like, all of this. Except these pumps need to go in the opposite direction. What's the capacity of a fluid wagon? 25,000. Oh, and these are only 15,000 tanks. So these tanks need to be bigger if I want to be able to take a whole load with me. That's fine. What have I got? What are my options? Oh, these are 30s. 70s. Oh, I don't have any lead on me. Okay. I will do 2 30s then. Oh, and these are the cute ones. Sure. And then this will be fuel for the two. For the two salt miners. So what I'm going to need then, I'm going to need a fuel provider station. I'm going to need a solid fuel refueling spot for the trains. I'm going to need to figure out what I want to run my trains on. Because they can have output, burnt outputs, right? Like if I just get in this and run it for a while. Yeah, that's a problem. So I'll need to figure out what I want to run the train network on. That is going to be a reasonable solid fuel without ash. I mean, there's biomass, but biomass is terrible. Or maybe, since I'm using cybersyn, I just have ash emptying inserters at the depots. That's not, that's not a terrible idea. Is just to have ash emptiers at the depots. I'm going to do that. That sounds easier than... Oh, look. Big energy poles. Those will also be nice. All right, so yeah, as soon as we get our first fuel train here, this will work. I just have to get the signals right, so that this is requesting from the network. I've got to... Big electric poles. Woohoo. Yeah, now that I have big electric poles, I can actually make them part of the scale of my tracks. And when I'm running tracks out from my track blueprints, just run electric poles, you know, right up the middle. Which is... I mean, wire reach of 32 is nice and all. But I need to get those on the mall before I think about that. And the other thing to think about is roboports. Because maybe I want these to be twice as far apart so that I can run roboports along the rails as well. Now that I think about it. So instead of there, put them there. So then I can run... Yeah, because roboports are 3 wide. We'd have, you know, power and roboports at whatever interval they need to have. then we'd have what? I don't know what the intervals actually need to be, but like Roboport, Roboport. Now the real question is, does that distance work at all with electric poles? Like electric pole, electric pole, electric pole. No, the grid is different. The grid is different. Yeah, supply area is 60 by 60. Electric poles are 32. So they'd be slightly offset if I wanted them right in the middle. Here, if I take one of these off, I can see exactly where the edge is. I'd want to put it like there. And then like that. I think, I don't know, but I'm not going to do this now. I'm not going to do the roboports and the big poles yet. That's a future problem. For now, we need to actually start getting the cybersyn network set up. That means I need train depots, that means I need a refueling station, and that means I need my supply station for liquid fuels to actually start mining the salt. And then this will be a saltwater supply outpost. So up here, looking at base, where do I think it makes sense to drop I've got to decide where I want to pull out the liquid fuels to use those as a... And these have to request a specific liquid fuel, right? And that's also important to know. So, like, if I say that outpost is running off of gasoline or petroleum gas, like, that's what it's going to want to try to pull. I mean, probably petroleum gas, because it looks like... I actually full on liquid fuels? Have I achieved it? I have. Wow. Okay. But, like, I can grab either of those off of this. I just have to figure out where I want to build the station for it. I guess up here, because there's space, and because it's relatively close to where I've got a lot of the plumbing for that stuff already. I'm going to say gasoline is the fuel, just because I know that petroleum gas... petroleum gas, something, something. Petroleum gas is kind of only temporary. So I don't want to... point these at petroleum gas when I'm going to be switching probably how that processing stage works in the near future. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. And actually, I'm going to get rid of this loop at the top, because it may be that it makes more sense to have the train come in from this side and loop on the bottom. I don't know yet. All I know is that this is kind of where this outpost is. And I will leave it like this. All right, so up here, let's just find some relatively empty land. Actually, this is great. This is relatively empty land. Although I might want those rare earths for something. I will probably never use this tin patch. The factory will grow to cover this tin patch long before either of my existing tin patches are even close to massively in use. So let's... Yeah, we can do it here. It's fine. Do I have other rare earths? I'm sure I have lots of other rare earth patches. Yeah, I'm not going to use this one then. Okay. Yeah. Not going to worry about it. So let's make a few more train stops. And let's start getting... Nope. Train stop. There we go. These actually can probably be even shorter, can't they? All right. One. These don't know where they are, but that's okay. So I said that I needed at the depots to have... Oh, I need these to be one further apart. Darn it! You go there, unfortunately. Okay. Because I want to have these ash outserters at the depot, I need... There we go. And then these need to be whitelisted to ash, so we're not pulling fuel out of our trains. Okay. And then these get named depot. And then I think I need the cybernetic combinators on them. Mode depot. Okay. And then, well, the other half is fuel up, which is another belt. Going in the other direction. All right. So fuel in, ash out for all of these whenever they're at the depot. Train network A, that's fine. We can have depot bypass on. I don't think there's any reason to force them to the depot. If I was going to have a separate refueling stop, I would want to force them to the depot so that their ash gets emptied. But I think as long as they're using the depot for fuel, it's okay. Okay. So that's like... fine. That's 8 trains. 12 trains. 16 trains. I am not necessarily going to put 16 trains into service right away. I'm probably going to have like 1 fluid train and 1 solid train. But I just want to make sure that I have like the depot ready to go. Like, I could really double the size of this if I wanted to. Alright, and then these will, off of the end, you know, has to join with the network, right? And then... trains in the other direction. To there. That is lopsided. Does it work better with two? Because I think when I did with 2, I was able to make it symmetric. Yeah, see, that's symmetric. Interesting that it can't do a gap of 1 symmetrically with auto. Whatever. That's fine. We'll do our rails 4 apart, and that way if I do decide I want to run roboports through them, I can. Doesn't really matter one way or the other. And then signals, which I do not have. So this is going to be... Oh, that's somewhat annoying that it doesn't show the positions on ghost tracks. Okay, let me go get a heap of track and I'll get this all figured out. Where am I going? Up here somewhere. Rails. Alright, inventory is full. Well, let's dump a bunch of stuff then. While I'm over here, actually, let me grab a bunch of iron plates. Iron plates, okay. And I have stacks of circuits. Yeah, that way I can make rail signals as I need to. All right, so each of these... Oh, am I out of undergrounds? Whoops. That's okay. Let's figure out where I want power for each of these to be. I forgot that power poles and ghosts do not always get along when you're dragging. All right, I think that's what I wanted to see. So let's get signals. So we're going to be coming down here, coming in. So we need a... signal. Each of these, and then we can do chain signals here. And I guess we should do that the same, just so that if I do copy and paste this and grow it this way, it doesn't mess itself up. And then some of these looked wonky. Yeah, there we go. That's not right. There we go. And I think I want one there. So those segments all look the same to me now. Yes. And then this should let them all choose their own destination paths. And then down on this side, they all need... And then also here. I am going to need a lot more signals. Okay. And again, some of these signals are unnecessary, but they just make sure that it'll route through. That's a chain signal. In. Up here, we should be able to have a rail signal there. And a rail signal here. And a chain signal there. Here, we want a rail signal. Except I want that one to be a rail signal, not a chain signal. There. Then chain, chain. Okay. That looks right. I think. Each of these is their own segment. They will path through when they can, as best they can. These will only turn on if a station is clear. And this will chain through, and then this is off to the rest of the network. Yeah, I think this is right. And then if I'm using 1x1 trains, which I am, there's... What do I need for a second locomotive? Oh, iron plates. That seems... Well, that's annoying, but... That's alright. We'll, one here, one here. One with a cargo wagon, and one with a fluid wagon. Okay. So I've got one train of each type, basically, now. That's fine. None of this has power yet. That's also, I mean, fine. I can fix that, though. Ooh, I'm gonna need a bunch of stuff in my inventory. Alright, what do I need? I need undergrounds, I need pipes, I need... power poles, and I need to pull up the cybersyn docks. And it is... Oh. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the ad break. I was just grabbing stuff from the mall. Let's see. We've got... What am I looking for? Power poles, pipes, underground. Ooh, you know what I could grab? Use them sparingly, but it's nice to have them. Actually, I'm not gonna have 2 stacks of these. That's too many. Let's just have a stack of fast inserters on me. Grab a bunch more iron plates. Okay. I also probably want to grab as many rails as I can. I'm not sure how many that is at the moment, but... Oh, this is all... No solder. Okay. Okay, I think that's what I need, and then I'm going to go ahead over here. And I am going to Factorio cybersyn mod. There we go, because I don't necessarily remember how to use cybersyn. So now we're going to get it set up. And I'm going to do my best to explain what I'm doing as I read the docs. And hopefully it will make some amount of sense to some of us. Yeah, down here. I'm also going to need, like, a few of those. A few rail stops. Okay. So cybersyn. We've got our 2 trains in the depot, and those stations are set to depot. Basic train, in order it to park... Right. So I want... depot... to be... make sure that I mean, that's all I want, right? I just want it to go to depot. That's it. I need fuel in and ash out of this place as well, which I didn't really think about, but... I guess I can think about. Just use a deposit. All right, that's ash out and fuel in. I'm just going to fuel these by hand right now. Bop. Okay. So these should both be set as depots now. We don't want require same depot. My depots are totally symmetric. These look... Signals look good coming through, right? It says, yeah, you can totally go through, totally go through, totally go through. Only go through here if you're not going to get blocked. That's correct. All of these are green because there's no trains anywhere. Okay. So I think this part is correct, such as it is. The next part then is setting up our fuel pickup station, wherever that's going to be. I think I said I was going to do it up here somewhere. Yeah, do it up here somewhere. And by fuel pickup, I don't mean a train fueling station. I mean the station where it's going to pick up liquid fuels that need to be delivered to our outposts. I could do all that with undergrounds, but I have cybersyn, so why not? A fluid wagon holds 25,000. Okay, so I need, what are these? 15? So 2 of these is 30. I need to be able to, you know, store more than a fluid wagon's worth on board. I mean, I don't have to, because cybersyn knows what to request, but my poor bots, I've just come in range and they've decided that it's time to take out the trash from all my trash slots. How do I keep doing that? I keep expecting that, like, things will change if I middle click and try to sort my inventory. It doesn't work that way. This isn't Minecraft. Okay. So let's look. Where is our fuel? Yeah. Here we go. So I'm going to grab right off of gasoline a new pipe. And figure out where I want to route it sanely. There's no such thing as routing any pipes sanely in this base anymore, but, you know, I can pretend. Is this far enough out? Yes, I'm far enough out that I'm no longer, like, inside the boundaries by all these other pipes. Oh, I went too far, though. Wasn't paying attention. Okay, so, like, here, and this is fine, actually, because I'm going to want to pump out of it and into the buffer for this lead, huh? Where might there be lead that I can grab relatively easily? Nowhere. The answer is nowhere. Well, there is, but it's not really where I want to go. Oh, actually, thinking of this, going up here to get lead. Once I get the logistics network grown up to this point, these should all probably just be made like active provider chests. And that way, they'll be pushed out to the network into storage and then pulled from storage. So all those kind of trace amounts of plates and whatever will get used by the bots preferentially before they pull from anything else. All right. Let's then go ahead and grab our fluid out station. Sort of this part down to like here. Yeah. Oh, I was wrong. There are still pipes going on here. Okay, I gotta go a little further out. And I also do need to have room for the trains to turn around. So let's get all this taken care of then. We're gonna pump here, and then we're just gonna do this. There we go. Now I'm out where I have a little more room. What are you? Niobium. I don't care. I'll build over you. Rails. Here, 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 here. Make a loop. Literally just so I have a loop. And then I'm going to cut. And now I have a loop that I can put down wherever I want it. Actually, I'm going to do a loop. And then I'm going to find the station. There we go, because that's sort of my minimum size, right? This is a station into a loop. Or a loop into a station, I think is how I'm actually going to do it. Yeah. Beautiful. And then if I take that, rotate it, put it like here. And then scared myself for a second there. I had the cybersyn docs open over OBS, and I just looked at my second screen and saw that it wasn't my video game footage. But no, it's fine. OBS is showing the right thing. What am I looking for? I had a bunch of tanks. There we go. That's what I want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then a pump. And then move all of this over. To there. So this will be our, like, gasoline pickup station. Okay. So this needs a new name. They don't all have the same name. This doesn't matter. So I can just do that. And, oh, this didn't have signals when I did it? No. So let's get signals figured out. And chain in. And chain in. Okay. Do those segments all look correct? They look correct to me. Something I'm going to have to decide real soon is how long I want to make my rail segments. If I want to build around, like, 1x1 trains, which is what I designed for down here for the original depot, or if I want to have, if I want to have support for bigger trains in the network by leaving longer segments. I kind of like the idea of sticking with 1x1 trains and having just a huge flippin' number of trains running around the system all the time, especially with cybersyn. I think that would be fun. So that's probably what I'm gonna do. Okay. So this station is provide only, and it's gonna have... How do I do this? You're gonna be in station mode. Can provide a request, connect the input of the combinator. When a positive, it'll provide. When a negative, it'll request. When a station is providing a type of cargo that another station is requesting, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So I think all I have to do is say that it's providing. And that should work. If I were to actually connect this to the right side of the system. And now at the other side, and I didn't drop down the combinators to do this, so I'm going to have to walk down there. But hopefully I can get cybersyn to issue the request, even though there's no actual train connection yet, and the actual rail connection yet. I don't think cybersyn knows that. I think cybersyn just knows about, like, the cybersyn parts, and it relies on Factorio to do the rest. So as soon as I say that I want a fuel locomotive... Ooh, that's a question. Do I have to have different networks for fuels and liquids? No. No, because I think cybersyn understands my types of trains. That's like what the train allow list is that cybersyn has. And I'm going to go down here and I'm going to show it. Because, like, right now, cybersyn, I think, knows when I look at the combinator, yeah, allow list. And if I turn off automatic allow list, any train with large enough cargo capacity, when this setting is checked, yeah. So trains of type 02 are allowed. Yep. And that's what I want. Okay. So this is a... How big is this tank? A 30 kiloliter? So if I grab an arithmetic combinator... and I grab this, this, this... this, that, and I want to do always request 30,000 minus your gasoline. And I want you to output that as... No, it's the other way around. Whoops, this should be gasoline minus 30,000, right? Minus... and output that as gasoline. So this is now requesting 30,000 gasoline. Train cannot find path to destination. All right. Could not find any train to make a delivery From Hong Kong to Funyun. See the map for more details. Okay. So I'm assuming that's because this train can't path, and that's fine. So once we get pathing from Hong Kong to Funyun, because apparently those are the names of the stations. Yeah, this wants to go to Hong Kong, fill itself up, go to Funyun. And then there's all these temporary stations, but that's just cybersyn doing its routing. Okay. I'm reasonably convinced that I've achieved what I wanted to achieve. So I think one of the last things I want to do, before I just, like, run all the trains, is I'm actually going to pick up this locomotive and train. I want to get my block size figured out. So let me grab a station. No, it doesn't really matter. I don't need a station. And where's the cargo wagon? Cargo wagon. Now, I just have rail signals, right? They're like... Oh, it tells you. It shows you how, like, long each segment is, doesn't it? Can I drop a train at a signal? Of course not. That would be too easy. Easier to do from the front, because then it'll show you, okay, here there's room for 2. I want to leave room for... I'm gonna leave room for 3 cars, which I know is probably not really actually enough room for 3 cars. It's enough room for 2. I want to have a little bit of extra space on each segment, but this way my trains can basically get themselves into running as fast as they possibly can along the tracks. Hopefully. So if I go up here and I start pasting this in... Oh, I did these on the wrong sides of the tracks, didn't I? Okay. So yeah, you, with room for 3 cars... There. And then if I do this one there, and then room for 3 cars is... there. Room for 3 cars is... there. Yeah. And then I'm not going to bother making the loop more than 1 section. I don't think that makes sense to put the effort into. What do I need for these? Circuits. Okay. That's fine. But I should now have... Worries me that these are not exactly opposite each other. Why is that the case? Weird. Okay. Oh, am I out of landfill too? I am out of landfill too. Okay. But, yeah, all these segments look the right length. Bop. This one's wrong because I'm out of landfill. That's okay. Let's grab what we need and we can get that network hooked up. And hopefully we can see it bring... What do we want to see it bring? We want to see it bring gasoline from the gasoline station down to the saline outpost. That is what we want to see it bring. And I'm in the wrong place. What am I looking for? I need circuits to make a bunch of... to be able to make a bunch of signals, and that is still nowhere near enough. So let's also grab iron plates, but also what I should do is put signals someplace where I have iron and green circuits, which surely is somewhere. How about right here? Can I fit 2 of these in? Of course not. That would be too easy. Okay, green circuits through here, but none of this stuff is iron plates. Through down into here, and this is all just a disaster. Through over here? I mean, there's iron plates again. That's just the main iron plates bus. No, I think I'm gonna have to find a little spot and just do it. So we're gonna come up here. Gonna have 2 assemblers like that. One for rail signals, one for chain signals. Oh, right. I have no landfill. Let's grab landfill. Do I remember where landfill is? In like a general sense, I do, but in a specific sense, no. Here we go. Okay. And each of these are the same? Yes. Bop, bop. Bop, bop. Bop, bop. Bop, bop. So that just needs to be this belt then, coming from here. Oh, my roommate is trying to ask me something. I will be back in just a moment. All right, sorry about that. Get this powered. And then I'll just let these fill up these chests. We're gonna need hundreds of them in the base, so we may as well. Now let's see how many rails we can grab, because I'm sure that, yeah, not enough. We really need more solder, so I think a solder outpost will probably be the next thing that I need to do. Or at least lead and tin outposts. Do I have solder? What do I need for solder stage 2? Let's get that in queued. Yeah, because solder stage 2, make it with, even if I don't deal with the hot air, like the lead and tin to molten solder ratios are real good. Oh, and transport belt capacity behind that, please. And I guess also may as well enqueue the turds. They'll run if I ever don't have other research running. They're not important. They're just there. All right, my segments look good, actually. So where do I need to go down? Okay, so this is kind of coming around. I may have built the depot a little too far inland compared to where the network is going to kind of naturally fall, which is going to be here-ish, and then come down. Do I care about this? No, it's antimony. Let's see. That was probably one segment too far. And actually, we're going to have a turn here, so... let's try to make this look good. Just call the whole corner its own segment and not even worry about it. Yeah. That's fine. That should be enough space for a 2-wide train. It's technically not quite 3, but things I don't care about include that. My poor bots are not going to be happy, and I certainly do not have enough rails to do this. So, yep, as I suspected, I'm going to have to take this apart a little bit. Okay. Just 2 of them, though. That's fine. And then again, chain in. Chain in, rail out. Is there room here for a whole train? Like, if it can't make it in... Sort of. Kind of. I'm gonna... Whoops. I'm gonna go ahead and chain this one and kind of treat this as part of the overall intersection network thingy here. Swear there's a method to this madness. I am trying to get these aligned. There we go. So that there's just a row of them that are all slightly closer to each other until I've made up for the extra one that was in the middle. Again, this is short enough. I'm going to treat it as part of the overall network rather than standalone segment. Also, wait, did I just design half of my network for left-hand drive and half of it for right-hand drive? Am I that stupid? The answer is yes, I am that stupid, and that is exactly what I just did. So yeah, all my signaling's wrong. Because yeah, this is all right-hand drive in, right-hand drive out, right-hand drive, right-hand drive, left-hand drive, question mark? I want right-hand drive, by the way. I don't know how I ended up with all my signals on the wrong side. Oh, the station's probably backwards. The station is backwards. Okay. This is what went wrong. I understand now. And this is going to void a bunch of gasoline, which feels like a travesty after how much I've... Ooh, let's designal this enough. Oh, all these things are ending up on the ground. Disconnect you, disconnect you. Okay. Now you should let me start putting stuff in. Right? Yeah, here we go. Station. Station. Pumps. 1, 2, 3. And I need to drop down a dump chest. I hate this. Let's grab these and see, where do I still have signals? Chain out, no, chain in, rail out, chain in. Rail out. So if I don't, does that actually do the right thing? Yeah, that's fine. And then this segment has a rail out, so it needs one, like, in the middle. Is that long enough, though? See, that's not long enough. Okay, then no, this is all one segment. That's fine. And then... I mean, I kind of designed this around... Yeah, okay, so that's 3 there. And if we do that one more time, this spacing. That should be right. Nope, nope, now we're confused. Why are we confused? There we go. All right. So that should be right now. Can't believe I did that backwards. So stupid. 1.5 KL tanks. And then we need power here. We need... where is it? Cybernetic combinator here, which also needs power. There we go. Now you've got gasoline. Up to 60,000 of it. And what is this? A train is lost because one of its delivery stations was broken. Okay. Yeah, that train is not going to be happy. That's okay. Cool. And actually that works out a little better for the positioning, I think, around this curve as far as having enough space for the trains. So if I grab you from like there down to those ones, let's try to get all this rebuilt quickly. Nope, am I out of signals? And mostly, actually, I just need rail signals right now, don't I? I just made way more of those than I need. And we still have some internal signals. Those would have conflicted. Whoops, and that is bad. All right, and then here, finally, rail out, chain in, chain through, and then at this end, chain, rail out. It's fine. Again, aligned to the position of our thingies. And then as many of these as I can fit. I love that. Let's see what this looks like if I just like copy and paste my spacing. Try again. Okay, yeah, so one of these ends up being a little too short, so has to be made long instead. But otherwise, we end up with... this is a short segment as well, so we need to remove that one there. Because we don't want trains... Yeah. Don't want trains hanging out between segments ever. So that should be right. In here is effectively one segment. That's fine. It's too short to split. And then we have stuff coming down here. All right. This train needs to be reset. Oop, there we go. Could not find any train to make a delivery. Is it because you don't have fuel? All right, yeah, now we can't route. And where is it trying to route to? 349, -21. What does that mean? Like, where is that destination that we cannot route to? Not sure. Oh, you know what? This whole section needs to be a little different. Yeah, because we're going to have trains coming in and out through here. Actually, I don't want that because that's a through lane, and this is what elevated rails are for. Okay. There's that. Do I have elevated rails on me? Probably not. No. Okay. But I need to get elevated rail exits. It might actually be elevating this lane. Or maybe both of the center lanes. I'm not sure. Let's go grab elevated rail pieces, and I will get this figured out so that, basically I want to be able to connect this to this, and this into this. And actually, yeah, that really does just kind of look like, as long as I can figure out elevating this part sufficiently well at the right point. Anyway, let's see what we can do there. But we're gonna have to grab some elevated rail bits for that, and Mitchell Grenier. Oh, right, because I rebuilt, so it's not Hong Kong anymore, right? It's Mitchell Grenier? Yeah. And Mitchell Grenier has lots and lots of gasoline. Oh, and I need to fix the request amount down here. I just realized that's wrong. Because I have this set to 30,000 minus, but that's more than a train's worth. So I want it to request... Well, really what I want it to do is request 25,000 whenever there is, like, 5,000 or less in the buffer. I'll figure that out. I think I can do that with the cybersyn combinator. That's what it's there for, is it figures out that math for you. Let's see. Elevated rails, rail ramps, rail supports. Still don't need to sort my inventory with a middle click because this still isn't modded Minecraft. What else do I need while I'm up here? Iron plates, always iron plates. Oh, and actually, I can just grab more signals, can't I? Yes, I can. All right. All right, I'm going to head down to the saltwater provider, and I'm going to sort out its... No, I guess I'll do this first. So if I run an elevated rail like through here, if I grab U, rail ramp, yeah, that's sort of the minimum. Also there, yep. All right, so that's now elevated. Yeah, but this can't quite come off steeply enough here. Okay, that's easy. We get rid of one more of these. Can I have this try to... See, that's not what I want. I want you to, like, come up as tightly as you can. And then... we get you to connect in somewhere? There. Oh. It's working. Or at least it's trying to work. This is still not quite what I want, by the way. With a little more space in that segment, though, we can do that. Although, actually, scratch that, because we're going to change how the train comes in. Issue is that this is just still not quite what I want, right? This needs to be able to come in, but we also need to have one that's able to come out. I think what I'm going to do, actually... Oh, God. How am I even supposed to fix just the bottom half of that? I don't, I think is the answer. Okay, so that's that part. That comes straight through. And now I can say, hey, trains from, like, wherever, here. Nope. From here. Can you loop yourself around? Oh, actually, from you, I want you to go to here, don't I? Because down needs to go... So I need, like, two bridges, don't I? One that goes... Maybe that's the better way to do it. Oh, that's cool. It automatically pulls back the unsupported rail. Let's connect that through. And let's think again about what I need here. I need a train that's leaving this side to be able to come to this, and I need, vice versa, a train that's coming up here to be able to come in. So maybe the way to do this is actually... like that. I'm sure people have solved these problems before with elevated rails, but I hate doing blueprints, so... Yeah, and obviously that's too close and it can't actually figure itself out. Oh. You know? Did I just rediscover the Cloverleaf interchange? Maybe. Maybe I did. Okay. At any rate, chain in, rail. No. And then, I guess, similarly down below, I want to do... Right, and then this needs to be coming off of here from... Right, from this direction. Again, chain in. I'm going to do this one as a chain through and consider this all to be one intersection. This one I think is long enough now that I can rail out. There's enough space here for a train? Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay, good. All right, well, now that I've reinvented the Cloverleaf interchange, and, like, it's not great because it's a merge before a diverge, right? I'd rather have this come out and merge, like, into here. Which maybe I can do. Let's... Maybe I can make this better, actually. Let's play with this a little more. So if I have a parallel rail, like here, that I want to connect in like that, and then kind of like that, and then rail ramp. Okay. We're going to need a little more room. It has to be a bigger loop. That's fine. Actually, let's just put the rail ramp as low as we can. Is really how I should do this, right? Yeah, rail ramp is there. And then from said rail ramp, I want to come around to, you know, here. Not the most aesthetically pleasing in the whole wide world, but it does the job. Okay. And then on this side, get rid of that signal, because I'm going to re-signal everything. Hopefully I don't need a rail support here, but if I do... Exactly, I think, the length I can go without a support. Oh, I just totally rambled on through an ad break. I didn't even notice it was happening. Apologies. I'm trying to wrap up for the day, though, so... Yeah. So I think I want to do like a... There we go. Will those collide? Hopefully not. And then I could split this probably if I wanted to. I mean, it's hard to judge where. But like... have room for a couple of trains in the loop. Yeah. I mean, if I'm trying to go for, like, fitting, like, 3 trains in, like, there, and then, like... there. Although that should be one segment because it's a little too short. And then over here... there... there... there. Yep. Well, one further than there, actually. Can I landfill that and fit one further ahead? There. Yeah, and then that is definitely long enough in the middle. Cool. Let's, again, make sure that I've got the right signals here. That looks fine. Okay. And then same thing. I want to have, like, you connected in here somehow. Why does that look so much cleaner? What did I do down here? Or what did I do up here, maybe, is the better question. And then elevated rail doodles right there, and across from... oh, nope. Remove the signal. And across from it. And rails across. Good. Rails out. there. Looped around. And then similarly, on the exit, we need to be able to go in. Okay. And then same thing, I need to figure out my rail signals through here. That's 3. 3. 3. Oh, I forgot you could do signals on the elevated rails. 3, 4, but you can't do it on the slope, so 3. 3. And then the next segment's too short, so that is just the intersection. Chain in, chain in. Rail there. Rail there. Where are you? How do I... Okay, that is the right... And then... Yeah, down here. There, and across from it. And I think... Well, I need to double check all my signals here. Rail out. Do I have the right chain in everywhere? No. Chain in there. Actually going to redo these ones. Not that we should ever have, you know, dozens upon dozens of these trains, like, backed up trying to get into the depot, but if we do, I want to make sure the signals are correct. That's... And then, yeah, this is just a longer segment going into depot itself, into the depot itself. Here, chain in. Whoops, did I miss a rail? Oh, no, there is rail out there. Okay, that's fine. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I could probably split this segment. I don't think I care. Okay. Yes, I did in fact reinvent the cloverleaf interchange, but... Oh no. I just realized what I've done, and what I have done is I have made the world's strongest rail depot. But we're not going to worry about that right now. So, sometimes it just happens. We're gonna go ahead and finish up this loop so that that train. Oh, these need to be okay. One lower here. That's fine. Okay, where am I and where do I need to go? Oh, I actually need to, like, swing a right, like here. All right. Let's grab our intersection here. We'll actually do it like... Oh. Yeah. Can't do rail signals. Yeah, we're going to run out of rails very shortly, which is not ideal because I really do want to see this whole thing running. Oh, and look at where those rail blocks ended up. That was... You couldn't plan that if you tried. All right. Chain in. Down here. Chain in. Chain in. Chain in. Chain in. Chain in. Yeah, chain through. You're long enough so you can be a rail out. But you're chained through because you're kind of all part of the same intersection. You're long enough you can be a rail out. This one got its... No. I think I put a couple of those there. But let me just make sure that I measure these correctly. Because there's no reason trains going that direction can't just use the standard spacing. Oh yeah, and that works out pretty well. So you're chain in, and rail out right there. Okay. And then I need to put a turnaround here so that the trains that come through can get out. And I need to fix the combinators here. So let's figure that out. If I put in a cybersyn combinator here, I grab a green wire. Request threshold is 25,000. I want you to request up to 30,000. Oh, that's not the right thing. Gasoline. Oh, 30,000. And then make sure that I'm doing the right things with the in and the out on this. Output is on. Do I just need to do the other color? Yeah, request threshold 25,000, but request 30,000. Is that what I want? Let me read the actual cybersyn combinator. Instructions. Here we go. Request threshold. If a station combinator receives a request threshold signal as input, a request order for the station will only be generated if the station is requesting a number of cargo exceeding the threshold. Okay, yeah. So this generates that. Do I just need to say negative here is what I want? So that it receives the negative 30,000 and that's a request? Because this takes the role of my constant combinator, right? Or my arithmetic combinator. I think that's right. I mean, your destination is still Funyun, which means that LTN probably still thinks that that's the right place to go to. Okay. So I need a bunch of rails to finish getting this stuff connected, and I need to grab this part. More than that, even. Like this whole loop. And let's get that down here so that this can properly be a dead end for my rail network. All right, and then for now, the loop is just one segment. I don't care. What did I do down here? Oh, I lost power. Yes. There we go. Yeah. What is this? Reserved capacity per fluid wagon, station priority, locked slots per cargo wagon. Okay, we don't want the request threshold to be like 20,000, do we? We want it to be like... I mean, we want it to use most of a cargo wagon. We don't want it coming in every, like, 5 ticks or whatever. Like, constantly looping one that's only filled with, like, 5. And then I think... Yeah, we output the -30. So this gets -30 as a... Oh, output needs to be on. It is on. Oh, I hooked that up wrong. That's hooked up to the output, not the input. Try again, Brennan. Yeah. So the threshold is... Let's do a threshold of, like, 20,000? That way... Because this can hold up to 30,000, right? Yeah. So yeah, it should request a couple of trains to fill this up. But there should still be plenty of buffer. I mean, really, I should probably put more buffer in. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get rid of this. Actually, I'll do it up here. I'll take this one out of here. I'll use 2 of these as my buffer for fuel. Because each of these is 30. And then bop, bop, bop. Okay. And I want to be able to fill these, so it should be like minus 60,000 now. And then if there's ever more than 20,000 full, so if these are collectively under under 2/3, it'll send out a request. Okay. And that train should run in a loop the first few times because it's going to be filling this up pretty rapidly. And then, up here, we just need to show that this can provide what we need it to provide. So let's build some of these tanks. It doesn't really matter which tank I use, but I like the way these ones look in a tank farm, honestly. That was in the wrong spot. And then that should show what this can provide. Make sure, oop, that doesn't belong there anymore because there's no space for that. This is all one segment, chain in, rail out. Are you a chain out? You should be a rail out. Oh, sorry, this is chain through and then rail out. Yeah, there we go. I think this is right. So now I just need to have the whatever. However many hundreds of rails I need to be able to finish the network, and then hopefully it'll just route itself and all of this will work. I have no idea. Hopefully I've made enough solder here. Actually, let me, I should have down here somewhere near where I make circuits. Not a lot of solder. Oh, yes, I did. I do have a lot of solder. Okay. So I can make a bunch of rails by hand, too. That's fine, then. We will be okay. What am I getting here? I'm getting iron, of course. Inventory full. Okay. What do I need to be able to make rails? Treated wood. Treated wood is here. Grab a stack of it. Turn everything into rails. That's fine. Grab a couple stacks of steel. Turn everything into rails. Grab some more treated wood. Turn everything into rails. All right. And that's as much as I have solder for, so hopefully I've got a bunch of them here. I have some. 180, 240, that's probably not going to be enough rails. Oh, I need to set train limits on everything too, while I'm thinking about it, before I totally forget. Enable train limit of 1. Because nothing has the space, and I need to go into the depots and do that as well. Because I don't have stackers on anything, so everything needs to have a train limit of 1. How many stations did I end up with when all was said and done? Lucky. a lucky number of stations. Probably don't have quite enough rails still. That is unfortunate. Well, maybe. Nah, 20's not enough for the loop. Ah. Which means that it can't route... Huh? I did it again. I made left-handed stations. Why? Why? How am I this bad at this game? Okay. Jesus Christ. All right, there's the station. Cybernetic combinator in place. Buffer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pumps. Hoops. 1, 2, 3. All right, so this is just a provider station. It's fine. It provides nothing at the moment. You are also totally backwards. Because again, I'm just bad at this game. Okay. Pumps will come out. 1, 2, 3. Come through here. We are going to have 2 tanks. 1, 2. And then here, again, cybernetic combinator with the cybersyn helper combinator next to it. Green, 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 green. Request threshold is 2,000. Request gasoline at negative 60,000, because that's the capacity of our tanks. Request only. I mean, that should be it now, right? Oh, nope, because we're connected wrong. Always do that. To the input, not the output. All right. Sir Otterlot, train limit of 1. And I might have to go up there and, like, reset that train. Like, deconstruct it and reconstruct it. Because otherwise, like, we should now have a route. But maybe not. Let's see what this train is trying to do. Oh, because you still want to go to Funyun. Yeah, I think I need to... Let's see, is there anything in the discussion pages about... Because this train is still trying to route itself, but now that station doesn't exist. If I delete that... If I just run you to the depot, will you figure out that you have gasoline in you and do the right thing? Let's find out. All right, into the depot we go. Now what? We're still upset. Let's just clear your schedule, clear your schedule. Add station, depot. 1 second of inactivity. Manual, run. What is the issue? A train is being held because it still has cargo. Okay, so cybersyn doesn't know what its cargo is, I guess, and doesn't know what to do. But if I go up there to the depot, and if I just take that train apart and put down a new one and set its schedule, hopefully it'll work. So we put down train, we add car, we put down lots of that, we add the station, depot, add weight condition, 1 second of inactivity. Mistakes. Yeah. Automatic. Okay. So now it's going to try to pick it up again. Let's go for a ride. We loop around. Let's see if this can figure itself out. So we come in here, we pump, and we're stuck. Cannot find path to destination. Okay, so we are borked. But why are we borked? Firstly, we're going to do that. Can we leave this for one thing? Yes, these signals are green. These signals are all green through here. Green signal, green signal, green signal. Some of the signals aren't built, but like they're all green. I wonder if it's because the loop isn't finished, if there's something about the train routing algorithm that is confusing it. Oh, there's one track there that's missing. That's the problem. All right, well, I'm just going to run these tracks and let my bots throw down any signals that are missing, any tracks that are missing. Oh, I don't have any track in my inventory, though, so I can't throw down tracks that are missing. What do I need for that? Solder or just tin? Okay. I hate it. I'm so close to being done with this. And once I see this working, and I kind of have the proof of concept here, you know, making saline water, which is a stupid thing to be making. What I should do is swap that over to be a sodium hydroxide plant instead of a saline water plant, and then take the but I need to make sure that I have a sink on the network for the my brain cells have given up on rubbing together. I'm sorry. We need to have a sink on the network for the chlorine before I can turn it into a hydroxide plant. But that's fine. That's easy enough to achieve. All right, so let's just walk the tracks here, make sure that all of our rail segments look correct all the way down on both sides. Actually, let's just hold a thing and then I can see them all. Here we go. Here's the parts. So yeah, apparently we didn't quite get everything connected. Oh, and it looks like it pathed because I don't see an alert anymore. And then I need this loop to be finished. We should be able to see our train going now. Yep. And that is pretty fast, and that's just running off of raw coal, too. I haven't even upgraded to better fuel. Haven't really figured out what the fuel is going to be, to be honest. Cool. Yep, and those are making salt. And this immediately is off. Presumably it has another request. Yep. Mitchell Grenier to Sir Otterlot. I thought I had... minus 60, so I'm overall at minus 44 with a threshold of 20. Why? Oh, there we go. We've been dispatched. I'm not sure why this went back to the depot in the first place, though. I mean, it's fine, as long as it's working at the end of the day. All right. I'm pretty happy with this. First bit of cybersyn shenanigans is working. It should be pretty straightforward to extend this network as I want/need to. Especially, you know, I'm very tempted to keep using fluid trains as much as I can. I really like the idea of, like, shipping around molten metals, which is something you would just never do in the real world. It's stupid, but it's funny. And okay, so these should be... We're at minus 23, so this should decide to have one more request, even though it may not bypass the depot. And then salt here, and I never hooked up the water input to this. That's fine. Let's get that hooked up, and then I think I'm going to wrap it up here. So while I'm getting this last little bit done, that is a pump, not an offshore pump. still a pump, not an offshore pump. Come on, Brennan. Did I not just... Okay, there it is. I'm just blind. It's fine. I'm just a little blind. Thank you very much to everyone who tuned in, and thank you to everyone who watches on YouTube. You are all very appreciated. Like I said at the start of the video, oh, and we did just get our third delivery, and now this should be full enough that it's not going to request more, right? Because it's 3.2, but the request threshold is 20, so it should go to the depot and stay there. Yep. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Like I said at the start of the VOD, or at the video, of the session, of the day, of the stream, I am pretty close to 100 subs on YouTube. I would love to hit that number. And when I do, I am planning to punish myself for it with a Everything Spoils Gleba only stream, which should be a lot of fun and or anguish. And also this week, Blueprints is coming out, which I've been looking forward a lot to. So that'll be an extra stream Thursday night after the usual Pyanodon stream, plus my Friday whatever I want stream is going to be also Blueprints. And then we will see how that goes into next week, depending on how much time I have to play and when I want to play it. I'm going to be trying to stream it, but we will see how that goes. So thanks again, everybody. Next Pyanodon stream is on Thursday. Same bat time, same bat channel. Bye-bye.